Warzone. Let's get into Warzone. Alright, we're going to be jumping into some Warzone, and we're going to be listening to some Aztec shit in the background. So, hope you guys enjoyed the gameplay. Hope you guys enjoy the commentary. So let's go. Let's get this. Gets it!
1325 AD, central Mexico, near modern-day Mexico City. A young girl, just a teenager, is celebrating her impending wedding. She is the daughter of a tribal king, and she is about to join a new tribe that has been a guest of her kingdom. That tribe is now known as the Aztecs. As part of the ritual, 5 Aztec noblemen lead her to an ancient temple for the ceremony. But as she reaches the top, the noblemen suddenly veer her away from the altar and onto a slab of stone in front of the temple, one used for sacrifice.
Yuga's on PC.
A fifth lifts an obsidian knife high in the air. With one searing
Nah, man, not on PC, bro.
Through her chest and extracts her still beating heart. That evening, the king is invited to a ceremony to celebrate the marriage.
PC would be cool, though. I mean, I want to see what the whole fucking keyboard shit is about, man.
A dance, wearing the still glistening spear.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
Oh cock, I am playing PS4.
You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Yet it was from here that the Aztecs would beat the odds against
What about PS4, bro? You see about PS4, bro?
Tablas Hispano. Jaja.
Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
See, where should we go?
Drop zone is marked. I'll let us in.
Yo estaba on Raza Chops on PS3 como mi uno on PS4.
Dude, I got 50 pieces of that. I didn't get all that. I need to turn my comments. Let me land and get saved. I'll turn on the comments. I can't hear you very well. I think I put my voice slow. Sound like a fucking retard. Did that voice. Shit. Motherfucker right there. I see that motherfucker. Get him? Let's get him. Alright, you got weapons and shit already.
Alright, lads, let's get it done.
Let's go fuck him up.
No TS Kacho Nadaj Gejajajawa.
Alright, where'd that motherfucker go? What's the intel for? Ooh, intel collected. New intelligence mission back. Ooh. Oh, door's open. There's a motherfucker around here. Where you go? Where's this motherfucker? Akama Peachley.
In 1876, he embarked on an ambitious plan to engineer an advanced city at Letz.
Swampy islands that they took over needed a lot. When they started building them, it would begin to subside.
There was simply no foundation on which to
Can't fucking hear.
Losing ground.
God damn it, Akama Peachley.
Workers cut stakes into 30-foot lengths, 3 to 4 inches wide. These were driven into the soft ground to make a foundation. The pilings were often surrounded with volcanic stone to add strength. Nations
Is he above me?
then built walls.
I should have just fucking ran over there, dude, and just fucking beat him to death. God damn it. He had horrible aim, dude, just like fucking me. I could have just ran over and just beat him, man.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Ooh. Yeah. Hey, dumbass.
Here we go.
Hey.
Get ready to fight. You're next. Win here and you return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Going back to the front line. You've earned it.
2 lines of stakes were laid out.
Damn! No. Where we at? Coming back, fucker. Who's that Russian barbender looking motherfucker? Going back, yo. Oh, second floor. Damn it. Pick it up! Ow!
The enemy
him
took
again,
that
huh?
one,
That
but
was
we'll be
him
back to
again.
finish the job.
Oh, yeah. Fucking asshole. There they go.
And so they wanted to build.
Oh, yeah, comments. Do the do this thing, the picking, the selection, and the settings, and
The Tepanecs were
I'm not-
the controllers or the dominators.
Fuck
of
the
the
Tepanecs.
valley. They had a very strong empire. So they were the lords of the valley. So the Aztecs were
sharing?
tributary subjects to them.
Broadcast setting?
As the Aztec
Advanced setting.
population grew,
This bit.
tensions with the
There
Tepanecs
we go.
began to simmer.
Top of
Now
nuts.
the Aztecs decided to issue an
There you go.
ultimatum that could change the balance of power in the
Yo,
region.
están en Raza. Oh, hey, dude. What's up, bro?
That the Tepanecs give them water, but also demanded that they help construct the aqueduct.
The Tepanecs' answer was swift and clear.
Yeah.
The Tepenac king, Maxwell, sent assassins who murdered the reigning Aztec leader in cold blood. This was the final straw.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
I like this area. Where's the door? Get over that? No. Can't do it. Ain't got hops like that, homie.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the sky. You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
There you go.
Battle Royale. You've got
Drop
gas
zone is
closing in
marked. I'll
fast.
get
Get
us
to the
in.
safe
That is
zone.
marked. I'll get us in.
When's the Coyote? Why are you such a badass? What do you do, Teague?
Alright, man. This is a gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. Here we go. Get ready to fight. You're next. Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. Sort them out or capture the objective. Looking a little worse for wear. You're heading back to base. Learn from the loss. Failures are positive.
Going back was one of the most unique in the world. It was
And on this hill, Kyoto built a fantastic pleasure palace. And around this palace, a virtual botanical garden filled with all of the exotic flowers of Mesoamerica. Kyoto brought water from the Sierra Nevada mountains all the way down to here, into this hill, to his palace, just to water his plants.
To install an aqueduct there, Quetzalcoatl had to fill a huge gorge between Tetzcocinco and the next hill. As the water arrived at the first hill, it gathered in small pools, built to control the speed of the flow before it reached the aqueduct. After crossing the aqueduct, the water ran in a circuit around Tetzcocinco Hill, spilling off over the sides in rock-cut waterfalls to water the gardens. It ended up in a nearly perfectly round rock-cut pool called the King's Bath.
And from here, he could look upon his domain at Texcoco, and he could look down at the botanical gardens, and he was watering with his fantastic aqueducts. It is indeed a bad fit for a king.
By the mid-15th century, with their empire on the rise, it was time for the Aztecs to choose a...
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Enough practice. Time for the real thing. Enemy dropping into the AO. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
¡Ayúdale, loco! What's up, vato?
Clear to engage all targets.
Why did I
To
fucking
Gulag.
change?
Survive and you can redeploy. Time for a bit of argy-bargy. You can always have a go at these bastards while you wait. Give them some choice words or smash their mugs with a well-placed stun. We got a proper fight here. Get yourself sorted. You're up next.
Hey, you got this.
Ah, you got hit in the head with a rock wood.
Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Going back to the front line.
Come back anytime.
New land to farm and to live.
inbound.
The average baseball stadium holds about 50,000 people. And Mexico Gettysburg, the size of the New York City block. It was also the number of people in the U.S. who became HIV positive every year since 2003.
Enemy UAV overhead.
One by one, enough is enough. Instead of waiting for a cure, we got tested and retested. We talked to each other, and we talked to healthcare providers about HIV prevention options. People living with HIV started treatment right away and stuck to it, which can prevent the spread of HIV through sex. New infections went down, but we still have work to do. So let's all do our part and keep fighting, because
Enemy soldier incoming.
Get out of the window!
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Enemy UAV overhead.
subsequently uncovered a huge carved stone and discovered the temple ruins next to it. The disc, 11 feet in diameter, weighs 8 tons and depicts the dismembered body of the goddess Koyoshalkui.
Koyoshalkui was the moon goddess, but her brother murdered her because she became pregnant in a very shameful way. The Aztecs weren't prudes by any means. Matter of fact, nobles had many wives and concubines, but amongst the commoners, particularly women, adultery was a no-no and severely punished, often by death. So according to legend, the moon goddess's brother cut her head off, and after he decapitated her, he shoved her body down a hill. The Aztecs reenacted this killing literally and frequently in festivals throughout their calendar year. They would decapitate their victims at the top of a pyramid like this, and then push the carcasses down the steps to the great stone of the palace.
For the Romans, their most precious treasure was gold. For the Egyptians,
She got pregnant, not by like, you know, whatever ways that fucker.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
On the mountain, she found feathers in her waistband or whatever it was.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Find the feathers that she found.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
She found out that the feathers were gone. She didn't know. She wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna go fuck somebody.
Alright, that's enough fucking about. Now we do this for real.
on skull racks around the temple.
Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. All right, lads, let's get it done.
Reaching out from Tenochtitlan to both coasts and as far south as
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Bedecked with pine trees and beautiful mansions.
And Mark was the second presiding overall. He was known for his
Supply box identified. Marking location now.
he slaughtered the population of towns at 3 his route.
I'll take the wheel.
Gas is moving.
A very real threat approached from across the sea. On the Gulf Coast, reporting strange sightings offshore. They were at a loss to describe.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Cortez landed at 11 of the most floating and 500 men in the Gulf of Mexico, 200 miles southeast of Tennessee. The tribes were astonished at these men.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
Many others were happy to provide them
I'll drive.
Next objective located.
Intimate relationship.
I'll drive.
Primary objective accomplished. All supply boxes found. Enemy dropping into the AO.
I'll take the wheel.
Enemy UAV overhead. inbound. Safe zone relocated.
I'll drive. Actual, I need recon of the area. Over.
UAV entering the AO.
Gas is closing in.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
The meeting of the two worlds was peaceful, but fraught with tension. Moctezuma by this time had become increasingly impulsive and prone to
Enemy UAV overhead.
So the encounter was an encounter of sensing the forces inside. But the Aztecs had a diplomacy and a warfare system that was somewhat naive result to the very tricky and sly system of Europeans.
Moctezuma invited the Spaniards to stay in one of his palaces. It would prove to be a catastrophic mistake. As the Spaniards entered the city, they were so awed they thought they were dreaming. At the heart of the city stood the Emperor's colossal palace. The palace of Moctezuma II was a massive complex spread across 6 acres near the Great Temple.
One of the Spaniards noted that every day at Montezuma's palace, 600 nobles gathered, and they were here to welcome their emperor.
Moctezuma received the Spaniards in a large reception just beyond the main entrance, making the boat appear unusual. Moctezuma's palace was the last the Spaniards went for the job.
Enemy UAV overhead.
It was an audacious move, but it paid off.
Fuck!
The move sparked an uproar. The Aztecs, the
You're in the gulag now. Fight to earn redeployment. Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. You got your ass kicked in that one. We're sending you back to base. Hit hard that time, but we'll...
His lifeless body was tossed from the palace walls. Whether he died at Spanish hands or from injuries inflicted by his own people may never be known.
And the Spaniards at that point decide this would be probably a good time to leave the city.
On the night of June 30th, 1520, the Spaniards attempted to escape under cover of darkness.
But they can't separate themselves from the plunder that they've gotten so far, so they're weighted down with all of the things that they want to take with them.
They were easy targets for the Aztec warriors, who caught them on the causeway. Bodies quickly piled up in the water. 400 Spaniards were killed, along with several thousand of their Indian allies.
That escape has come to be called the Noche Triste, the Sad Night.
Cortez and a few others managed to escape with their lives. The Spaniards would now destroy the shining city of Tenochtitlan for good. He would begin by severing the lifeblood of the city, the aqueduct. As hundreds of thousands of...
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Discipline, courage, and martial skill. Students who prove themselves. The first role in the army would be to serve as a porter. This is a humble
enemy soldier incoming.
Beasts of burden were not placed under the wall, and supplies had to be transported by hand. Youths serving as porters would typically be apprenticed to an older member of the army, often from their own country. The porter would follow along with the army on campaign, helping to carry the soldiers' personal kit and supplies for the camp.
Supply box identified. Marking location now.
Protect and tutor the younger ward. Parents would offer gifts to solicit the help of more experienced warriors. Nobles here to the advantage of great wealth and protection to ensure that the best training.
Fuck! God damn it! Son of a bitch! Just let him fight out, man. Fucking try to get greedy. See, you get fucking greedy, you get fucking wrecked. God damn it.
This meant that however, at first
Welcome to
they
the
would likely
Gulag.
do so as
If you survive, you earn your freedom. There's a fight kicking off. You can always have a go at these bastards while you're waiting. Have some choice words or smash their mugs with a well-placed stun. Fight's ready. Get ready to fight. You're next.
They would accompany their mentor into battle. Safety at their targets, while more experienced.
You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out. Stop roughed up in there. We're bringing you home.
What gun is that? What the fuck
Enemy
is
took that
that?
one. We'll be back to finish the job.
It's important to mention that not all Aztecs followed this route in determining their advancement on the main battle line. 20. This meant that they would take up arms and enter the battlefield. However, at first they would likely do so as support troops, who did not bear the brunt of combat on the main battle line. They would have had simple equipment, wearing a breechcloth, sandals, and a cape. Some sources state that these novices would don a standard Mesoamerican body vest known as the Ishkawipili, which was traditionally constructed of several layers of braided cotton. Likely armed with a spear, or tepostopili, they would accompany their mentor into battle, striking from relative safety at their targets, while more experienced troops fought close up and hand-to-hand. After battles, their mentors would instruct them on how to take up the pursuit and secure captives. With some more experience, these novice soldiers would get closer to the front line, and Aztec's first few battles were extremely important in determining their advancement through the ranks. Before we proceed down the path of a theoretical military career, it's important to mention that not all Aztecs followed this route. While all men were expected to serve on campaigns, not all of them pursued this career. Often these individuals had other occupations as farmers or craftsmen, and thus did not advance very far. Typically, they would contribute to the fight by serving as porters or being deployed as skirmishing troops armed with slings and bows.
Girl, I'm gonna kick you off my chair, okay? I want my fucking chair. You need to get the fuck out of here.
Promotion past the rank of novice was tied to
fat
battlefield
ass.
performance. This was primarily judged by one's ability to capture enemy soldiers, who would be taken as slaves and later ritually sacrificed. Both the quantity and quality of battlefield and Aztec's first few battles were extremely important in determining their advancement through the ranks. Before we proceed down the path of a theoretical military career, fought close up and hand-to-hand, likely armed with a spear or tepostopili.
Ah, damn it,
They would
stop.
accompany their American body vest. Known as the Ishkawipili. They would have had simple equipment, wearing a breechcloth, sandals, and a cape. Some sources state that these novices would don a standard Mesoamerican body vest known as the Ishkawipili, which was traditionally constructed of several layers of braided cotton. Likely armed with a spear or tepostopili, they would accompany their mentor into battle, striking from relative safety at their targets, while more experienced troops fought close up. After battles, their mentors would instruct them on how to take up the pursuit and secure captives. With some more experience, these novice soldiers would get closer to the front line, and Aztec's first few battles were extremely important in determining their advancement through the ranks. Before we proceed down the path of a theoretical military career, it's important to mention that not all Aztecs followed this route. While all men were expected to serve on campaigns, not all of them pursued it as a career. Often these individuals had other occupations as farmers or craftsmen, and thus did not advance very far. Typically, they would contribute to the fight by serving as porters or being deployed as skirmishing troops armed with slings and bows. With this in mind, let's now forge ahead. Military rank progression. Promotion past the rank of novice was tied to battlefield performance. This was primarily judged by one's ability to capture enemy soldiers, who would be taken as slaves and later ritually sacrificed. Both the quantity and quality of prisoners were factors. Different opponents had varying reputations for ferocity. Capturing a warrior from Tarascan lands or some high-ranking enemy was far more prestigious than capturing a warrior from Hushtek lands or some common soldier. There was a rather sophisticated system in place to institutionalize this practice. With each rank came additional special clothing, weapons, armor, and hairstyles, which were instantly recognized.
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off.
This important milestone was marked for all to see by the cutting of the
Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving. Targets are up. Get to work.
And focus more rather than quantity of states would simply the highest position. However,
this is the Gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. Fight's kicking off. Get ready to fight. You're next.
To note that according to one source, a parallel
win here and you return to the front line. You lose, the fight is over. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out. Go back to the front line. Burn it.
and the short ones. All would have their own barracks and hair was down on top of other Infantry is of the most prestigious order. It would require many high-ranking captains and a record of more than 20 great deeds. Making it this far was only possible for those who had become lifers in the army and were not.
Gas is inbound.
These fierce warriors were known as just this way, the shorn ones. They shaved the size of their heads, painting one half blue and the other yellow or red, and leaving a distinctive mohawk or braid instead. The soldiers wore either a yellow bodysuit or might be naked aside from their breeches. They fought in pairs and were expected to never retreat in battle or be done in by their comrades. Unlike other ranks and military orders, they did not teach at schools, so as to stay active combatants. Leadership. Thus far we have covered the hierarchy of rank-and-file troops and will now be turning to the leadership structure. At the very top would be the king, Warzone. He often led campaigns and participated in battles. Such rulers would wear whatever they pleased. This might include an exclusive war suit with the attire and regalia of a secret princess, or other popular feathered tunics.
Supply box identified. Marking location now.
In top commanding military officers. Just below the king was his warfare. Was the master of the House of Darkness. He wore a white clothing suit and a helmet fashioned after skeletal demons. Other members of the council included the master of the House of Darkness in various rotating positions, such as the cutter of men. While some sources say it was possible to reach these ranks by capturing a sixth reputable captive as a great captain, in practice, these positions were often occupied by members of the royal family. Below the rotates were a variety of other high-ranking positions and special titles. These would control the large units of the Aztec military, traditional roles in Tenochtitlan's government. The various officers and captains who controlled the smaller units in the army. Their beliefs had been drawn from higher-ranking veterans who previously served. Unfortunately, the exact nature of these leadership roles for now, this is what we do. I hope that through this video we've been able to demonstrate the high level of organization present in the Aztec army. I find this level of nuance absolutely fascinating to examine and unstated by mainstream portrayals of the Mesoamericans as primitive bands of jungle raiders. This does a huge disservice to their sophisticated societies. It also bears keeping in mind that this video focuses on the system of just one city, with other Aztec cities and the cities of the
Contract updated. New objective identified.
Even those who are cognizant of how the Aztecs were a horrible, complex empire often forget that Mesoamerica as a whole was filled with a vast array of city-states and empires, and not just tribes. I hope you enjoyed, and be sure to stay tuned for more videos on Aztec warfare. If you found this topic interesting, check out the related videos. Thanks for watching.
Objectives updated. Move to the next location. Primary objective accomplished. All supply boxes found. Enemy UAV overhead. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
I'm driving.
UAV. I have a fucking UAV.
Go on, mix it up a little. Get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas from Domino's for $5.99 each.
They are equipped with an arsenal of arms designed not only to kill, but also incapacitate, stun, and immobilize. These weapons all have one thing in common. They are tipped with razor-sharp volcanic glass, found in abundance throughout the Valley of Mexico. It's called obsidian.
Obsidian can be harder than steel, much stronger in compression, but it's very, very brittle. So obviously you can't make a long sword out of it. So yes, Seishi's an ingenious solution.
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
They were victims for sacrifice. Eagle warriors need weapons that don't
Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Eliminate all targets in the AO.
By providing from their early history to the arrival of the Spanish. The dawn of Aztec history is shrouded in mystery. Spanish chroniclers of the 15th century record that they were originally a people from a great island far to the north called Aztlan, the land of the. Today, historians trace their legendary homeland back to the central western states on the platform of Michoacan. The exact location is disputed. It is here that a mulatto-speaking people, later referred to as the Aztecs, began to migrate first south to Mexico. According to their mythology, this exodus was part of a celestial command to abandon the 7 caves of Chicamusta and emerge into the light to explore the world. From these 7 caves came 7 However, now all groups left together, and it was apparently some 300 years before the last tribe began their journey. It is their story, which we shall be following today. At the time, many similar migrations were taking place over the course of the 10th to 12th centuries AD, driven on by environmental and societal pressure. For several decades, these semi-nomadic groups moved across the land, passing down the rich oral history of their journey. Along the way, the Mexica were supposedly guided by Huitzilopochtli, later identified as the god of war, who favored them above
That's
all
my
others.
boy.
As they traveled, they would rest for periods of 10 to 20 years, founding small towns before moving on again. These travels were filled with many trials and tribulations, which included starvation, rebellion, warfare, natural disasters. But a dogged perseverance would see the Mexica through. They were people. Eventually, the main migrating groups
Gas is moving!
The Mexica were amongst the last to arrive. By now, most of the land was already claimed by one people or another. The Mexica attempted to occupy territory, but were continuously forced to move on. Eventually, they managed to settle and fortify a However, tensions with their neighbors rose, and in response, the Mexica elected a warrior as their leader, thus marking their evolution into a militarily progressive society. According to the Spanish chronicler Diego Duran, some 15 years ago, a conspiracy was formed amongst the cities and neighboring towns, so that all together they would surround the Mexican land. The Mexica actually managed to ambush the capture the ringleader Trujillo. According to legend, his heart was cut out and thrown into Lake Texcoco at the behest of Huitzilopochtli. It is said that where it landed, the capital, Tenochtitlan, and later-day Mexico City. Meanwhile, the rest of the captured warriors were recruited captives. Unsurprisingly, this did little to temper hostilities, and border fighting continued with such intensity that apparently even the Mexica women and children were forced to die. Eventually, despite fighting bravely, their outnumbered tribes were forced to abandon the area. Luckily, the Lord of
I'm driving. Vendor here. Rearm and resupply. I'll drive.
wearing the flayed skin of his daughter. He had been ritualistically killed as a sacrificial offering to the god Huitzilopochtli, who now had his role. Seeing this, the Lord of Culhuacan flew into a rage. Vowing to utterly destroy these wicked subjects, he summoned his armies for an immediate attack. The fighting was fierce, and the Mexica were ultimately driven into the lake, where they managed to escape on hastily constructed rafts. They then hid themselves amongst the reeds on the far side of the waters. It is here, amidst the scene of great suffering and desperation, that their god, Huitzilopochtli, finally announced that they were ready to go to the promised land. The next night, the god appeared in the dreams of one of the Mexica priests with an announcement. He told them that upon the site where the heart of Sophia had been thrown into the lake, a great prickly cactus had sprung up. On this cactus was an eagle, which they would find devouring serpents. This now named Tenochtitlan. It would be here that the main group of remaining Mexica would finally transfer in 1325. They founded their and began the next phase of their dynasty. This pivotal moment is preserved today on the flag of modern Mexico, situated in the same site. Tenochtitlan was located on a series of small islands in the marshy western.
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
This particular area, like the range, had fewer agricultural prospects and a lack of building materials.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
If at first they could not farm, they made do by hunting and gathering amongst the lakes.
Objective updated. Secure that position.
The inhabitants of Tenochtitlan were able to begin draining some areas and filling in others, such that their islands became habitable. Slowly farming was also developed in the form of agricultural terraces and impressive works of drainage and irrigation known as chinampas. This, along with lake-borne trading, allowed the Mexica to expand. Now on firmer footing, the tribe sought out a king, or Tlatoani. A council of wise men, priests, and nobles set out to find a suitable candidate of proper stature and lineage. They eventually settled on a man named Acamapichli. His father's side was of Mexica nobility, while his mother's side was of Kalua royalty, which could trace its way back to the revered Toltecs. Now he and his recently married bride were brought back to Tenochtitlan for a grand coronation. In 1375, Acamapichli was crowned the first Tlatoani of the Mexica. However, all these developments drew unwanted attention from all of the regions. This included the expanding city-state of Azcapotzalco, which had been founded by the Tepanecs, another one of the original migrating Nahuatl tribes. The still weak Mexica were in no position to resist, and were thus forced to become vassals. As such, they were subject to heavy tribute.
Got gas moving in!
Yet even under this oppressive yoke, they grew stronger day by day. Acamapichli's rule proved effective, and the small town upon the lake developed into a proper city. Buildings, residential areas, temples, parks, and streets were created, in what was a relatively prosperous time of peace. After 2 decades, the king died at the age of 70, specifically requesting that people be allowed to do the rule from amongst his 7 sons. In 1396, the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan elected Prince Huitzilopochtli their king. The new monarch was then wedded to a princess of Azcapotzalco. This important political move led to a closer tie between neighbors and the lessening of the correspondence expected on the vassal city. Over time, the Mexica...
Enemy UAV overhead!
They were also increasingly encouraged to participate in the military campaigns of their overlords, often serving as powerful shock troops. Together, Tenochtitlan and Azcapotzalco subjugated many of the people in the surrounding area, fighting first in their immediate vicinity and further afield. Along the way, the Mexica would be granted tracts of land with significant agricultural value. Eventually, the blood-spilling battle of shared marriage earned the city of Tenochtitlan a place as the favored
Recon intel secured. Solid work.
Who by 1410 controlled a large died in 1417 and left behind Chimalpopoca as heir to the throne. However, too young to rule alone, he was guided by his royal council. These men in turn attempted to exploit the strong relationship Chimalpopoca maintained with his maternal grandfather, the king of Azcapotzalco. The Mexica council constantly whispered in the ear of their young king, pushing him to ask for special favors and reduction in taxation.
Enemy UAV overhead!
The old king of Azcapotzalco often warmed to such requests. His council did not. They were increasingly wary of the Mexica, who grew violent by the day. With every new attempt to throw off the obligations of vassalage, Tenochtitlan looked less and less like a necessary ally and more like a potential challenger. The straw that broke the camel's back appears to have been a conflict over resources. Tenochtitlan was located on brackish marshes and had long lacked a reliable source of clean water. They had previously been granted access to the springs of Chapultepec, but now requested that their overlords provide them with the men and materials to build an aqueduct to their city. This was the sort of demand a would-be lord made to his subjects, and one which enraged the powers of Azcapotzalco. Their council now called for the elimination of the Mexica. The old king pleaded to have his grandson spared, but when this was refused, he is said to have died of anguish. In his place, a more adversarial ruler named Mashla rose to the throne. He not only denied the Mexica requests for supplies, but also revoked their access to the water springs. In addition, assassins were dispatched to Tenochtitlan. These managed to infiltrate the royal palace, killing King Chimalpopoca and his heir. The Mexica were thrown into a panic. In 1426, they turned once more to the leadership of the When it was found the first king Atamaquito.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
One last attempt was made to reach peace with Azcapotzalco, but when this failed, the people of Tenochtitlan were roused for battle. In preparation for the upcoming showdown, the Mexica also sought allies. The political atmosphere was ripe for such messages. Many of their vassals had also changed under the harsh rule of Azcapotzalco, and now considered siding against their overlords. The Acarua of Texcoco were the first to rise up and join the Mexica of Tenochtitlan. Together, they fought fiercely and achieved some key early successes. These victories convinced the Tepanecs of Tlacopan to cast in their lot with the uprising. This triple alliance now launched itself at their former
Light vehicle
masters
here.
in a desperate war for liberation. The Allied armies stepped in and were said to have quickly pushed the enemy back on the defensive. According to legend, they attacked Azcapotzalco for 112 days before finally breaching the capital. The temples were looted, the city burned, and the population butchered. When it was all over, it was left as the once proud and powerful kingdom of Azcapotzalco. In its place would rise the
Gas is closing in.
coalition, the Triple Alliance, that would become known as the famous Aztec Empire. Tlacopan would assume control of the
Enemy
western
UAV
and
overhead.
central valley, Tenochtitlan the north and south, and Texcoco the east.
Enemy UAV overhead.
To secure their position in the Valley of Mexico. This was done through aggressive military action. Campaigns to the south were particularly important. Through these, they gained control of the region's breadbasket, the Chinampas located in the freshwater lakes of Xochimilco and Chalco. To the victors came conquests of mountains, sea, land, river, and trade. Further expansion was largely reloaded by economic interests corresponding to war.
I'll take the lead. I'm driving.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead.
Great economy of force by relying on local resources for local security and order. The Aztec army did not have to maintain a presence.
Okay.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Okay.
These warlords ventured forth into the lands of Planawak to the south. In 1440, after 14 years in power, the great warrior King Nipsquad died. His 80-day-long funeral ceremonies featured great displays of wealth.
Got gas moving in.
The Mexica of Tenochtitlan had come since the founding of their city a mere century ago. The next king, Montezuma I, would take them even further. Within the Mexico Valley, he first reaffirmed the Triple Alliance's dominance through military action, political consolidation, and massive building projects, such as the construction of the Great Temple of Tenochtitlan. At the same time, new laws were passed to begin reshaping society. These formalized the distinctions between nobles and commoners, granted privileges to great warriors and priests, established universal schooling, laid out a system of courts and judges, and set out punishments for crimes such as theft and adultery. Externally, the Aztecs were also much more active, with military campaigns now carried out across the region. Such was the strength of the Triple Alliance and its growing network of tributary states that it was said they raised an army of 200,000 to conquer the city of Queshtawak. By the end of his almost 30-year reign, Montezuma had overseen a massive period of military conquest, construction, and expansion that left a legacy of riches and grandeur no other before him could achieve. His successor, Ashayak, consolidated the Aztec holdings along the Gulf Coast before continuing the expansion to the north and south. There would be several major military victories, which included the suppression of
enemy UAV overhead.
However, these conquests
requesting recon.
UAV entering the AO.
Continued to hold out obstinately, while the northwestern Tarascan people joined the Aztec campaign, crushing defeat in 1479. Thus, was one of the first major
Okay.
Final deployment is loading up. Finish the fight. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
Successful actions were then launched into more rebellious regions and foreign territory. Slaughter and enslavement were common means of quickly reestablishing control. These battles also yielded many war crimes, who were brought back to the capital for grisly sacrifice. The dedication of the new temple to Huitzilopochtli was the island capital received further celebrations as the under went to reach a renovation.
Losing ground.
Such was the power that Huitzilopochtli gained during this period that the rulers of Tenochtitlan took over most of the duties of running the empire of the Triple Alliance. From now on, the collective line of Tenochtitlan was known as the Supreme. In 1550, Huitzilopochtli died and was succeeded by one of his experienced generals, Montezuma II. He continued previous efforts of consolidation and conquest through terror. Incredibly, one of his largest campaigns is said to have summoned an army of 400,000 to crush the region of eastern Oaxaca, with another army of 200,000 raised a few years later to take the fortified city of Quetzalcoatl. By this time, even the formidable Tlaxcala were beginning to fade under pressure as the imperial viceroy tightened. Yet at this critical moment, the hand of fate intervened, and the meteoric rise of the Aztecs was cut short by the arrival of the Spanish in 1519. It is incredible to think that just over over 200
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. 10 left. Keep the pressure on. UAV overhead.
This incredible sight astounded visitors who dubbed it
Gas is closing in.
and laid the groundwork for critical exploration, amazing civilization. There will be far more to cover in the future when it comes to discussing politics, religion, economy, and warfare of Mesoamerican history, and I couldn't be more excited. A huge thank you to those who have supported us on Patreon, and many talented researchers, writers, and artists who make this video possible. Please consider contributing to fund future content. Let me do other videos about our fascinating past. Be sure to like and subscribe to my history. Check out the description for ways to support the channel. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
Only 4 enemies remain. You know what to do. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Got gas moving in. Enemy precision airstrike. Take cover. Less than 5. We're still standing. Let's come back and win this. We lost that one. We'll come back stronger next time.
Oh, excuse me. Well. sucks ass.
And brought to light by the maker, modeler, named bearer, and begetter. With the onset of the so-called classic period, circa 250 to 1000 CE, the feathered serpent appeared in more art across Mesoamerica. So it should be no surprise that he was associated with more stories and more roles in local mythology. One of the most important texts for these cosmographies is the Mayan Popol Vuh. This book begins with a declaration of how it is a demonstration, revelation, and account of how things were put in shadow and brought to light by the maker, modeler, named bearer, and begetter, Wanapu possum, Wanapu coyote, great white peccary, tapir, sovereign plumed serpent, heart of the lake, heart of the sea, maker of the blue-green plate, maker of the blue-green bow. Here the feathered serpent appears at the dawn of time, wearing his mantle as sovereign, and his appearance is not just limited to the Mayan version of the creation of the cosmos. Although the Popol Vuh is undoubtedly the richest and by modern standards the fullest story to come out of the Mesoamerican cultures, it is not the only version by any means. There is a Nahua version to be found in the Legend of the Suns in the Codex Chimalpopoca, a Mexica Aztec codex that documents the pre-Columbian history of central Mexico and also describes the Mexica Aztec. The Nahua people are the direct descendants of the Mexica, and it is known that their language, Nahuatl, has been in continuous use since that time. In the Nahua version of events, there are 5 ages, the 5th being the age the Mexica believed they were living in. The first 4 ages were described in quick succession as the legend of the suns. After the gods divide the earth among them, the sun holds power for 2.5 millennia before the first age arrives. This age was called 4 Jaguar, actually the name of a date, as it was customary to use dates for names. And the humans that lived during this age ate 7 grass for their food. Although it's unknown what exactly is meant by the name 7 grass, the names of the ages are of particular importance since they refer to the date and the method of destruction that age faced. In the case of 7 Jaguar, it was believed that ferocious jaguars consumed it on the day it was prophesied they would, 676 years after its commencement. The second age was called 4 Wind. It lasted 364 years, and it was inhabited by monkeys who ate 12 snake and transformed into turkeys so they could survive the destructive winds that would consume them. The third age was called 4 Rainstorm. It lasted for 312 years before it was consumed on the day of its name. According to the text, the turkeys that survived the third age turned themselves into human nobles at the end of their age, which was brought about by a great rain of fire sent down from a volcano. The fourth age was called 4 Water, and it lasted for 676 years during which time the nobles ate 4 flour and subsequently had to turn themselves into fish in order to escape the flood that destroyed the world. There is a wonderfully resilient aspect to this story that is often smothered by other stories of the Mexica Aztec. In this Nahua version, humans survive, albeit in different forms, the disasters that keep coming around, so the deadly cycle of creation and destruction is thwarted by human ingenuity and adaptation. Within this story is another common occurrence in Mesoamerican myth, the number 4. In the Mayan version of events, there are 4 ages, and in the Nahua version, there were 4 previous ages before the age of the people who created it. The cosmos divided into 4, there were 4 cardinal directions, and there were 4...
Fuck you, Estee Lauder.
Petals on the flower. What's also very important is the length of each age and the date on which it was destroyed. The Aztec lived their lives and constructed their cities according to the mathematics that governed the stars. There is no wonder then that their cosmology would put equal importance on this system. Every day on the calendar was of importance. So the day a child was born would determine the child's name and also a regime to be followed by their parents and the children themselves, of which the aim was to enhance that day's auspicious benefits to the child's personality and or life, and to be wary of the potential pitfalls being born on that day would create for them. What is curious about the 5th age is that the gods set about creating a new set of humans in the form of an ideal couple. It would seem that in the Nahua tradition, not even the gods' plans are always successful, however. The first couple were called Tata and Nene, and they were created just before the waters came to destroy the end of the world. The great god Titlacahuan Tezcatlipoca asked them what he could do for them, and they replied that they wanted him to drill a hole in the cypress tree and to put them in it until the waters subsided. The god did so, and gave them a cob of corn each to eat while they waited. When the waters subsided and Tata and Nene knew it was safe, they left the cypress tree and lit a fire to roast some fish. But this was not appreciated by the gods. The smoke from the fire blackened the sky. So Titlacahuan Tezcatlipoca scolded them for what they had done, cut off their heads, and sewed them back onto their buttocks, thus making them the first dogs in the age of the 5th sun. Once the first dogs had been created, the gods all gathered together and wondered...
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Or simply didn't want to be robbed of his precious greenstone bones.
Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone. Primary objective is to kill them all.
where he gave them a seed wak wak. Seed wak waddle, greenstone bones, and ground them up in a greenstone bowl.
You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. Sort them out or capture the objective. You gave them a proper sorting. Stand by for redeployment.
Are very often what are called culture heroes, meaning
Inbound.
are often dependent on other animals or spirits in the world. They are individualistic, but do not live in a vacuum, and their interests and curiosities in tandem with some blood. The most important substance of the Aztecs human blood was a central blood sacrifice.
There you go.
Fuck, man.
Sacrifice of Jesus, so vividly depicted in the colonial churches of Mexico and Guatemala that it can disturb modern visitors, that resonated strongly with the new Catholic converts. While the live human sacrifices performed at the most important temples caught the attention of the Europeans and gave justification for crimes they already intended to achieve, all practitioners of the Aztec religion regularly gave their own blood rituals. Moreover,
objective updated. Secure that position.
According to myth, the serpent god Quetzalcoatl recreated humanity at the beginning of the Third Age by pouring out his own blood over the bones of the The gods are regularly described offering part of their life essence in the form of blood to transform the world or to empower sons. It's well known that the Aztecs practiced human sacrifice, but a common misconception is the scale of the practice. Human sacrifice was far less common than blood burning performed by willing agents. Stingray spines and thorns were often used to pierce the skin or other body parts so that blood could flow into a bowl or onto an altar. This may appear macabre today, but in conjunction conjunction with the stories about Quetzalcoatl, there is a certain logic to it for those who earnestly believe in the stories. The Aztecs were offering their own blood by way of imitating the sacrifice Quetzalcoatl be mentioned in this respect. To the Aztec, blood was life, and death was a very real and inevitable part of the cycle of human existence. This word, cycle, is key.
Enemy UAV overhead!
Bloodletting was the life force initiated by the gods, and had to be done on a cyclical basis, because time did not move in a straight line, but in cycles. What Quetzalcoatl began the day he stole the greenstone bones, those made from the greenstone bones would have to be mindful to repeat, lest the life force become diminished in the world. The gods met at Teotihuacan before the fifth sun was created. There the gods came together and asked each other who would give the world dawn and who would become and carry the sun through the first day of the fifth age, the age of nobles and commoners.
Friendly loadout drop on the way.
Although it was an honor, that honor came from ultimate praise. There was silence in Teotihuacan.
Primary objective accomplished. Recon intel secured. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
They turned to Nanahuatl, who was standing meekly listening to what the rest of the gods said, and they said, You shall become the moon. After that, Nanahuatl agreed. He stepped forward and told the gods that it would be his honor to become the moon. And so they were chosen, and they prepared for the ceremony by fasting for 4 days together. After they fasted, Tecuhtlicue and Nanahuatl gathered around the fire that they called the God Hour. The rest of the gods bestowed riches a heart of woven gold, a spine of Meanwhile,
Okay, you got this.
a brass ball made of pine needles, and his bloodletting instrument was a humble magnetophone. And where they had been preparing, 2 mountains, 2 pyramid mountains, rose out of the ground and stand there to this day, the Sun Pyramid and the Moon
Hostile
Pyramid.
dropping into the area. Watch the
After 4
skies.
nights of celebration, Tecuhtlicue and Nanahuatl dashed their separate
Gas is moving.
before the fire. But Tecuhtlicue hesitated. The gods reprimanded him and shouted at him, but still he would not move. They called out to him to jump, to throw himself into the fire, so as to be a sacrifice and to create the sun and the sun god out of himself. But Tecuhtlicue would not move. He was frozen before the god oven. Every time he looked at the fire, he grew more daunted by it. He tried 4 times to sacrifice himself, but could not summon the courage, until once again the gods were forced to summon Nanahuatl. Humble Nanahuatl stepped up to the flames, and his courage did not fail him. He closed his eyes calmly and stepped into the flames. He lay down among them, and his flesh began to burn and crack, but he did not cry out. When Tecuhtlicue saw Nanahuatl boldly rise to the honor that should have been his, he also threw himself into the fire, and there they burned together. Then, out of the flames, flew a glorious eagle.
Recon's online.
Of evenly singed
UAV entering the AO.
After the eagle, the fire shifted and out strode the jaguar, skirts uneven because of the shifted stone. Due to their bravery, especially that of Nanahuatl, from then on, the Mexica Aztec called the brave Eagle Jaguar, because Nanahuatl, the eagle, was bravest and therefore deserved the opening naming.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
Fire, looking in all 4 directions until they saw the sky turn red, like the blending of a dye. And, soon enough, Nanahuatl rose as the first sun into the sky, blazing and warming the land as it rested above them. Then, Tecuhtlicue, as another sun, rose into the sky and followed Nanahuatl's course. But it, too, stopped in the sky. The gods grew nervous. One of them ran to Tekusi's Tecatl and beat the
Enemy UAV overhead.
killed him. And they determined all Quetzalcoatl stepped forward and killed the gods, including Xoloco, to try to escape his fate. When Quetzalcoatl had killed the gods, he turned to the suns, and still they would not move in the sky, so Quetzalcoatl knew what he had to do. He stood up straight, gathered all his strength, and heaved vast amounts of air into his cavernous chest and blew on the sun. Then the sun moved, and the moon moved, and they took up a path that they still follow to this day. This story is another example of the rationale behind human sacrifice and bloodletting. To the Aztecs, it was the gods who sacrificed themselves so that the sun and the moon could be created. Also, like the sun and the moon, this act of sacrifice creation would need to be repeated ad infinitum if humans
You think I'm ready?
I know you're ready to believe in the extraordinary.
Let's go save the world.
Disney's Ultimate Star. Now streaming on Disney Plus.
We lost that one, but we'll come back stronger next time.
I'm no sniper, man. I had no business even trying to take on that guy. But
voluntarily sacrificing one's life for good is also Tekusi had the chance to gain the greatest honor for the gods, that of becoming the life-bringing sun, but because of his cowardice, he was relegated to the role of the moon, the dead sun that was beaten and defaced. It is documented that there were voluntary human sacrifices, but many of them were also captured soldiers. Scholars have discovered evidence that these soldiers who were chosen to be sacrificed partook in ceremonies over the course of several days, including dancing and feasting. These soldiers were expected to face their deaths like Nanahuatl, so that they could take their place in the great cycle of life and death. The Quetzalcoatl of this story is a much more solemn character than that in the story about the birth of humankind. He is referred to as Quetzalcoatl Ehecatl in this story because this is Quetzalcoatl's manifestation as a god of the wind. In this, he is closely connected with Tlaloc, the god of the rain, and he often appears in similar iconography. What's most important about Quetzalcoatl's role here, however, is that of the prime mover. He took it upon himself to sacrifice the gods when the sun would not move, and when he saw that wasn't enough to set things in motion, he mustered his own magical strength in order to do so. The sun and the moon were the foci of the heavens, and for a culture so interested in astronomy, their movements were paramount. Therefore, this act of Quetzalcoatl's would have been seen as no small act to an agricultural people that put such importance on the changing of the seasons. At Teotihuacan, the feathered serpent sprawled its body through maritime imagery and seemingly contrasted with a warlike fiery god. If the feathered serpent and the fiery god do, as some scholars suggest, represent the two seasons of the year, then Quetzalcoatl's association with agriculture can be traced back to this great culture. As one scholar brilliantly put it, the dry season was for feeding the gods with bloody wars, while the wet season was for feeding the people. That Quetzalcoatl instigated the cycle that governed these seasons was not enough, as he was also given the honor of being the rain-bearing wind, too. Due to the fact that very little epigraphical evidence from the time of Teotihuacan has been found, it's very difficult to understand how these cultures viewed Quetzalcoatl's predecessors, the feathered serpents. However, it is known that the Mayan word for serpent was the same word they used for sky, so it's likely that he was considered a celestial deity from the earliest usages of the Mayan languages. Given that the leaders of Mesoamerican cultures were often granted and expected to uphold the traditions that facilitated the rain-bearing winds, there was a connection between Quetzalcoatl and nobility, too. For this connection, one may look to the Temple of the Feathered Serpent at Teotihuacan again. where there is evidence of a noble interment, sadly looted many years ago, that suggests this temple may have housed other nobles' tombs as well. There is a story that reflects Quetzalcoatl's association with the elements that provide food for the people. Firstly, it's important to note that the Mexica believed the mountains and the potable water to be intrinsically connected, most probably due to the fast-flowing streams that came down the slopes and were used in their vast irrigation projects. As the story goes, when the commoners were first created in the 5th Age, the gods were pondering what this new creation should eat. At that point, Quetzalcoatl saw an ant walking along carrying a kernel of corn. Quetzalcoatl questioned the ant, who did his best to ignore the god and keep on his merry way, but Quetzalcoatl was insistent, so eventually the ant gave up and pointed to what was called the Mountain of Produce. Quetzalcoatl turned to look at the mountain, then transformed himself into a black ant and made his way to the mountain and found a kernel of corn and brought it back to the gods at Tamuanchan. They asked Quetzalcoatl what they should do with this mountain. The humans wouldn't be able to access the corn as they were not shapeshifters like Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl tried to carry the mountain to Tamuanchan on his back, but he wasn't capable. So two of the gods, Ohomoko and Sipactonal, took the kernels of corn they had and began casting lots with them, as the shamans did, and have done for centuries. Their casting revealed the answer to them. They would call on Nanahuatzin, the old thunderbolt, to crack the mountain open, which he did, and all the other rain gods came and stole away all the corn, so they could divest them to the humans another day. As Reed noted, Quetzalcoatl's relationship with the other rain gods is an obvious one. The wind moves the clouds, which produce the rain, which irrigates the land, which was the chief currency and expression of power. In all of the surviving documents from the Mexica culture, it is their vast empire of tributes that is lauded above and beyond any other cultural aspect. Wagon loads of corn were mentioned among the gold and worked materials that added to the riches of the Mexica nobles. Once again, Quetzalcoatl appears involved with nobility and the correct order and maintenance of the universe. Some scholars believe that the end of the great civilization at Tula had its seeds sown in religious discord. The Nonoalca and the Tolteca Chichimeca groups were distinct ethnic groups whose cultural expression is distinct in the material record. Such divisions led to a legend arising that speaks of the fall of Tula in terms of a great battle between two gods, Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl. Tezcatlipoca was one of the gods who sent Quetzalcoatl to the land of the dead to get the green stone bones, and also one of those who eventually sacrificed himself in the god oven. However, his relationship with Quetzalcoatl is a complex one. K.A. Reed gives a magnificently concise description of Tezcatlipoca's attributes. As a god of the night sun, the night wind, and the cosmos' four waters, each of which was controlled by one of his four aspects, he played a key role in cosmic creation, oversaw life events, both good and bad, educated people and passed judgment on their actions, controlled success in war, legitimated and delegitimated Mexican rulership, and by the end of the conquest, to some, he had become the devil himself. The initial attributes may seem familiar after reading the earlier parts of this book. It is indeed true that Tezcatlipoca, though not a minor god by any means, did adopt many of the attributes of Quetzalcoatl in the later years of the Mexica. By the time the Spanish arrived, he had become such a prevalent deity that the Spanish felt the need to vilify him. The antagonism between Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl goes way back to the beginning of time, according to the Mexica version of events. It is said that Tezcatlipoca ruled over the first of the 5 ages, but Quetzalcoatl, out of either brotherly animosity or jealousy, knocked Tezcatlipoca out of the sky, and as a result, Tezcatlipoca returned in the form of a jaguar that destroyed the world. Quetzalcoatl restarted the world after him and ruled over it until Tezcatlipoca returned as the god of the night wind and destroyed the world again. This is one reason why some scholars have speculated that Tezcatlipoca was the embodiment of change through violence. Another reason for this attribution is the history the Mexica told of the real rulers, Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl.
Say if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
This truck wasn't using Cenex Maxton diesel engine oil, the smartest oil for the toughest.
According to Mexica tradition, Chichen Itza was invaded by an exiled ruler known as the Feathered Serpent. This ruler had come from Tula, which was considered the greatest artistic civilization to that date, and so, after he took over Chichen Itza from the native Itza tribe, he instigated the greatest artistic and architectural advances that culture had ever enjoyed. This is a common notion among the Mexica, whose many myths all tend to refer to themselves as being invaders from the north, establishing and taking the greatest cities in Mesoamerica. The veracity of such a story is difficult to pin down, however. Much of what is known of this feathered serpent invader comes from post-conquest sources. K.A. Reed, once again, breaks the problem down concisely, and that there are 4 issues with it. Firstly, that the sources are not only late, but they're also fragmented and are not necessarily related to each other. Secondly, the interpretation of said texts are loose and can, in fact, be interpreted in different ways that don't necessarily land upon the feathered serpent being the invading force that revolutionized Chichen Itza. Thirdly, if the Toltec exiles came from a much greater, much more artistically accomplished civilization than the Itza, then why are the constructions at Chichen Itza so much more accomplished than those found in Tula? And lastly, it's so difficult to distinguish distinct architectural styles at Chichen Itza. Yes, there are certainly Toltec influences, but these can easily be explained by comparing modern cities' variety of neoclassical, Rococo, Baroque, Gothic, and any other artistic style that is not necessarily native to that city. Humans around the world copy and imitate the styles they appreciate the most. What is most likely to be the case is that the Mexica glorified the inhabitants and the invaders of both Tula and Chichen Itza to such a degree that this myth unfolded out of a non-existent golden age, thanks to mythological imagination and loose memories of a peripatetic past. Quetzalcoatl performed a vital function in this respect for the Mexica as a civilization. According to the myth, the Toltec city of Tula was ruled over by Quetzalcoatl until his political enemies in the form of Tezcatlipoca ousted him. This appears to have been the case in the real world too, as the Colhua royal line at Tula was also ousted by their political enemies, which was to have an enormous impact on the political balance of the region. Toward the end of the 14th century, the first chief speaker of Mexica, the Tlatoani, the official title of the ruler of the Mexica henceforth, was Lord Acamapichtli, and it was during this reign that the Mexica truly became a political entity in their own right. Until that time, the Mexica were still the outsiders to the area, and were struggling to throw off the yoke of nearby Azcapotzalco. However, Lord Acamapichtli was the son of a nobleman from the Colhua people, and his mother was a Mexica princess. By ascending to the Mexica leadership, Lord Acamapichtli united 2 formidable cultures with an ethos that would remain henceforth as a fundamental pillar of Mexica culture: militarism. The Toltec city of Tula still bears the marks of this aspect of its iconography and material remains. Skull racks, on which were skewered the skulls of sacrificed enemy warriors, as well as the bloody Chacmul statues, and the vast amount of predatory beast symbolism, all highlight the Toltec affinity for violence. This runs in tandem with the religious changes felt at Tula, where images of the antagonistic gods Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca were slowly but emphatically integrated into the architecture that had before them been the principal domain of the rain god Tlaloc. The increase in militarism and the more violent symbolism that came with it appears to have been a result of the invading tribes from the north, notably the Mexica striving for political independence. In the form of Lord Acamapichtli, the unification of Mexica and Toltec civilizations was also seen as the incorporation of the Toltec god, Quetzalcoatl, into the Mexica tradition, not necessarily supplanting the principal deity, Huitzilopochtli, but endowing Mexica leaders with the dual identity of Quetzalcoatl Tezcatlipoca from then on. Perhaps one of the most ignominious stories of Quetzalcoatl comes from the Codex Chimalpopoca. This codex, evidently lost at some point during the 20th century but thoroughly studied by the German scholar Walter Lehmann before his loss, gives a brief account of some of the deities of the Mexica, written in Spanish by a 16th century or 17th century cleric. Given the late writing of this section, scholars look upon it with a certain skepticism. But the Codex Chimalpopoca contains stories of the legend of the suns that bear such a resemblance to the Mayan Popol Vuh that they tend to take its contents at face value and assume it to be a fairly honest account of the Mexica religion. In the Codex Chimalpopoca is the story of Quetzalcoatl's final days on Earth. As the story goes, Quetzalcoatl traveled to the land where the sun rises in the year 1 Reed, reportedly 895 CE, because he knew he was going to die that day, just as he had been born on that day, and he wished it to take place in this land. This came about after Quetzalcoatl grew discontented with the practice of human sacrifice. When the other gods heard this, they gathered together, and Tezcatlipoca ordered them to make pulque, the alcoholic beverage made from fermented sap of the magi plant, still drunk today, so that Quetzalcoatl would lose his senses and fail to even perform his own bloodletting for the good of humanity and the gods. When Quetzalcoatl arrived in the land where the sun rises, Tezcatlipoca arrived there too, bearing the pulque and a large mirror. Tezcatlipoca told the priest, who was keeping guard of Quetzalcoatl, to tell the god a young man had arrived to see him, to give and show him his body. When the priests said this to Quetzalcoatl, however, he was confused. What could show him his body possibly mean? So Quetzalcoatl told the priests to go back to the youth and tell him to show them what he would show Quetzalcoatl. But Tezcatlipoca refused and demanded that the priests allow him access to the god. The priests allowed him through, and Tezcatlipoca gave the god salutations and declared that he was his lowly servant and had brought him a gift. Quetzalcoatl admired the young man's effort in traveling so far to greet him and asked to see the thing the youth had brought. When Tezcatlipoca revealed the mirror, Quetzalcoatl was horrified at the sight of his own body. "If my followers see this, they will be horrified too," he said in shock, because he had eyebrows completely puffed up and eye sockets all pushed in. His face was covered with pockmarks. He was not pretty to look at. When he heard this, Tezcatlipoca went away, and soon came some of the other gods who had conspired with Tezcatlipoca, and they laughed and mocked Quetzalcoatl. When Coyotlinahual, the feather artisan, heard of this mistreatment, he ran to Quetzalcoatl's knee and addressed him, advising him to go out and let his subjects see him. Quetzalcoatl was clearly dubious about this plan, but Coyotlinahual offered to adorn the god, and so Quetzalcoatl agreed. First, Coyotlinahual created a feather shield and other draping clothes. Then he gave Quetzalcoatl a mask made of turquoise, and then he painted his lip.
T-minus 2 minutes to crispy, fluffy, Eggo home-style waffles. All systems go. Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I think this one's a short mission.
That's convenient.
When they're this crispy and fluffy, would you Lego your Eggo?
Love the delicious taste of fried food? Now you don't have to say no. Enjoy all the crunch without the calories when you create healthy, delicious meals with Cuisinart's air fryer toaster. Our innovative technology lets you fry food with ultra-hot air and 98% less oil for healthier results, and no messy cleanup or lingering odors. With 7 functions, this multitasking oven also bakes, broils, convection bakes and broils, warms and toasts, so you'll use it every day. Say yes to healthy and delicious with the Cuisinart air fryer toaster oven.
Lips red and his eye sockets yellow. He gave him serpent's fangs and a beard of the turquoise bird tipped with flamingo feathers, and made it long so it could be tucked in far below his chin. Coyotlinahual held up another mirror to show Quetzalcoatl his new finery, and Quetzalcoatl was impressed. So much so that he took Coyote Nahual's advice and went out so that his subjects could see him. When he had left, Coyote Nahual went to the other conspiring gods and told them that Quetzalcoatl had left and that their time had come to follow him. They did, and they arrived at Quetzalcoatl's house in Tula, but once again they were faced with guards unwilling to let them enter. They returned 3 times before one of the guards asked them from whence they had come, and they replied that they had come from the great Toltec mountain, Tlamacazapa, which Quetzalcoatl heard and told his guards to let these pious men pass. They entered and gave them the vegetables and green chilies they had brought for him, but they found him fasting and unwilling to try the pulque they had brought. "It is a libation, sire. Place your finger in the liquid and taste it. It is good and strong," they said. Quetzalcoatl did this and agreed that it was fresh, and he drank. Then he drank again, and his new friends pushed 3 more servings onto Quetzalcoatl. When the god drank it, the others gave the pulque to the servants until everyone in the house was drunk. Quetzalcoatl told the gods to bring his sister, Quetzalpetotl, to join him so they could get drunk together. The gods went to find Quetzalpetotl at the hill of Nunhualco and told her that her penitent brother wished for her to join him. When she agreed, she went to Quetzalcoatl's house, and there she and her servants also took their libations and were all soon drunk. When this happened, however, brother and sister and the rest of the servants no longer claimed to be doing penance. Their piety left them. They no longer descended to the river, nor did they pierce their tongues with thorns. They did nothing about their penance until dawn. When they all woke, they were filled with shame, and Quetzalcoatl finally resolved that he should waste no more time on this mortal plane. So he asked his servants to prepare for him a great stone chest. When they did this, he lay down in it, and they carried him to the sea. When they arrived there, he put on all his finery again, cried, and prepared himself to stand in the fire. The flames tore through his feathered finery, and soon there was nothing left of Quetzalcoatl but ashes, which rose into the air and onwards into the sky. When the ashes reached the sky, all the rarest birds in the world flew up with them, in a medley of colors the likes of which had never been seen before, until Quetzalcoatl's ashes turned into the star that is seen at dawn, and there he will stay until the day of his return. According to the story above, Quetzalcoatl only lived 53 years, and before he immolated himself, he ordered his servants to remove all evidence of his reign on earth. This would suggest that the Quetzalcoatl recorded in the Codex Chimalpopoca is a mortal man rather than a god. Stating that Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalpetotl did nothing until dawn has been interpreted by scholars to mean that they had committed incest, and it was for this reason that Quetzalcoatl finally left the earthly plane. But the references to not descending to the river or piercing their tongues with spines appear to be simple references to impiety, rather than explicit references to incest. That being said, the text is slippery on this matter, so it might be correct to err on the side of euphemism. An interesting point about Quetzalcoatl's rival, although Quetzalcoatl does not even appear to recognize him in this text, is that his name, Tezcatlipoca, actually means smoky mirror. The nomenclature blends the mortal and divine aspects of the story as much as Quetzalcoatl's end in the sky as the morning star does. Whether or not the Aztec people believed Quetzalcoatl was a human and one of their ancestral leaders is difficult to verify with the sources at hand today. However, what is known is that during and especially after the arrival of the conquistadores, the line between human and divine was blurred again. After arriving in the Valley of Mexico, Cortez attacked the large city of Cholula, massacred many of its 100,000 inhabitants, and burned it down, destroying perhaps as many as 365 temples. He then marched to the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan, impressively situated on an island in Lake Texcoco. When his men arrived at the lakeshore, they were astounded at the sight, and Cortez was ultimately greeted by emissaries of the Aztec king Montezuma II, and invited to enter his great city of Tenochtitlan. Whether Montezuma was fearful of a repeat of the butchery at Cholula, which Cortez had planned, or, as was reported in the Aztec account of the event, he thought Cortez was an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, the hospitality Montezuma offered to the Spanish was ill-advised. The Aztec king made a second error by putting up his guests in the palace Ixayacatl. Wandering about the magnificent guest quarters, the conquistadores discovered a room full of treasure. The hostility toward the Aztec religion began immediately upon the Spaniards' arrival. In writing home about his reaction upon entering the Templo Mayor, Cortez describes his first acts of vandalism. In these chapels are the images or idols, although, as I have said before, many of them are also found on the outside. The principal ones, in which the people have greatest faith and confidence, I precipitated from their pedestals and cast them down the steps of the temple, purifying the chapels in which they had stood, as they were all polluted with human blood, shed in the sacrifices. In the place of these I put images of Our Lady and the saints, which excited not a little feeling in Montezuma and the inhabitants. With their appetite whetted by the sight of the treasure, the Spaniards began to spoil for conflict, and the eager conquistadores found excuses when they interpreted an Aztec religious ceremony and, appalled by the sight of human sacrifice, massacred the Aztecs in the main temple of Tenochtitlan. In the subsequent riot, Montezuma, who by this time was being held hostage by the Spanish, was paraded before his subjects to quell the unrest. Whether he was killed by a rock thrown by one of his own people or murdered by a Spanish soldier is still unclear. But upon his death, the riot turned even uglier. Cortez and his troops viciously fought their way out of Tenochtitlan and crossed a causeway to the mainland. Then they laid siege to the Aztec city, cutting off the food supply. The culmination of the struggle was a hand-to-hand melee upon the steps of the Templo Mayor itself, as the remainder of the Eagle Warrior Society brothers fought to the death to defend Huitzlopochtli, their patron. In the process, every single temple in the city was desecrated, every altar was broken, and every statue was smashed. As the Spanish first looted and then consolidated their control over Tenochtitlan, they would finish this work by leaving behind few traces of the formal Aztec religion. In the years that followed, this pattern would be repeated over and over again throughout the lands ruled by Spain, until all of the temples and pyramids were eliminated. Having subdued and destroyed Tenochtitlan, Cortez then attacked and destroyed all the cities in the Valley of Mexico that had been allied with the Aztecs. To top it all off, smallpox epidemics that were transferred to the natives from the Spanish wiped out an untold number even after the conquistadors left, with an estimated 10 to 50% of the remaining inhabitants killed. The numbers dwindled so much that the conquistadors actually merged smaller societies by forcefully transferring natives into larger population centers. Thus, in the span of just a few years, the Aztec Empire was almost completely wiped out, and only a few decades after the arrival of Cortez's armies in 1519, the Aztec religion was shattered, the temples destroyed, the pyramids had churches on top or were obliterated, as was the case of the Templo Mayor. The priesthoods were killed off or driven underground, and none of the grand public rituals took place. The physical destruction of the temples would eliminate the places of worship and end the principal festivals and rituals, including the practice of human sacrifice. But it would not completely eliminate the religion itself. To do this, the Spanish sent out a second army consisting of Franciscans, Dominicans, and Jesuits to set up missionary posts throughout Latin America, slowly but effectively converting the people to Catholicism. In its place, Roman Catholicism took deep root in the landscape of Mesoamerica and is still the dominant faith of Mexico today. When it came to Christianizing Quetzalcoatl, it was easier than usual to intertwine this indigenous god with Christian beliefs. Catholics like Father Diego de Duran, who wrote in the 16th century, took descriptions of Quetzalcoatl being bearded and having a white face to mean that he was actually the living Christ, who went out into the world to spread his message. That there is a story of Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl being born of a virgin only serves to fuel this leap of faith. Indeed, there are similarities between some of the stories and those in the Bible. Diego de Duran explained one such coincidence when he asked for information about Quetzalcoatl's departure. He began to relate to me the 14th chapter of Exodus, saying that Quetzalcoatl had arrived at the sea with many people, and that he continued and had struck the sea with a staff, and it had dried up and become a road, through which he entered, both he and his people, although that his persecutors had entered after him, and the waters had returned to their place, and nothing more was known of them. That said, it's important to note that this was as much a retelling of an original myth as it was a local metamorphosis of the story in order to put it into a setting that was familiar to the Spanish. There is such evidence of local Mesoamericans reshaping their own lore to place it in a system which they had no choice but to accommodate. The association of Quetzalcoatl with Jesus Christ is an endeavor taken up heartily by the Church of Latter-day Saints as well. In a fairly extensive article in the Journal of Book of Mormon Studies, Diane E. Worth claims that there are plausible associations between Christ and Quetzalcoatl, including being a deity playing a role in the creation, associated with the bread of life, meaning maize here, assisting the dead, shedding blood to save mankind, a deity dying on a tree, resurrecting and becoming responsible for the rebirth of the deceased, a personage of light who is associated with the sun. Of course, this is still a somewhat tenuous list of associations, since there are few cultures in the world that do not have some deity or deities with the same similarities. Discovering a real association with Jesus Christ was the hope of not just the Mormons, but also Diego de Duran as well. He desperately hoped and searched for a gospel written in Hebrew that would prove Jesus or St. Thomas, the wandering saint, had visited the New World. He did not find one, but he did find numerous indigenous screen-fold manuscripts which he did not bother to preserve. An interesting aspect of the connection with St. Thomas dates to 1794, when the Dominican priest Servando Teresa de Mier delivered a sermon in which he criticized the colonial authorities for their corruption and claimed that the glory of the conquest of Mexico had nothing to do with the Spanish. According to de Mier, the conquest was actually foretold 1,000 years beforehand when St. Thomas appeared in Mexico, and whose memory subsequently remained in the form of Quetzalcoatl. Eventually, Quetzalcoatl became adopted by those in favor of independence, and he has been a symbol of Mexican individualism ever since. In the 20th century, Quetzalcoatl became a major symbol in the indigenismo movement, a political ideology present in many American countries that sought to raise the profile of indigenous peoples. Quetzalcoatl became a symbol of the Mexican people, and his role as a cultural hero was emphasized by many artists, both in Mexico and abroad.
Kick her off through the chair, punk. Alright, motherfucker. I'll kick you out of my chair here in just a moment when I get back. That's right. That's right.
We just 500 European adventurers. No iron tools or horses. No wheeled vehicles. Yet America's people engineered great monuments thousands of years before the Egyptians. And mapped the stars with as much accuracy as any astronomer knew. High on a mountain lake in Mexico, they build one of the greatest cities on the planet. Tenochtitlan, capital of the Aztec Empire. Larger than London, Paris, or Rome. At its heart, a stone temple 100 feet high, where sky, earth, and underworld meet. The center of a civilization dedicated to human blood. Miles from the city. Aztec warriors are on a hunt. Their prey, not animals, but humans. They chase down the leader of an enemy tribe. Kill. They need to take him alive. To keep the universe in balance, the Aztecs believe they owe a debt of blood to their gods. Today, a special offering. Tlahuicole. Skilled warrior, bitter rival. The Aztecs' greatest prize. Fighting for his life. Trained to fight for puberty. Fiercest become jaguar knights. Their weapons, not metal. But obsidian. Volcanic glass. So sharp, some surgeons today favor it over steel.
The most superior cutting material known to man. Perfectly capable of cutting a man in two.
Tlahuicole's weapon. A club decorated with feathers.
Not only is it terrifying if you were to imagine yourself in that position, it's also the opportunity to find out what you're made of.
Fight to the death that will become Aztec legend. Tenochtitlan, Mexico, capital of the Aztec Empire. Captive warrior fights for his life. Jaguar knights slice at his flesh to wear him down. The Aztecs have created one of the most sophisticated civilizations on the planet. A great city with laws against drunkenness, theft, and adultery. Compulsory education 3.5 centuries before the United States. A city of philosophers, poets, mathematicians.
They valued art, literature. They were very, very great civilized society.
The Aztecs believed their gods in human blood. Eight men down, and Tlahuacole is still standing. His strength is fading. Cuts him down, he gets to wear his flayed skin for 20 days. His family will eat his flesh, giving them the status of gods. Aztec priests sacrifice thousands of men, women, and children a year, up to 20,000 in one of the most important ceremonies. One of the greatest acts of human sacrifice in history.
The Aztecs are very good death is a continuing life. And by having the idea of death, it makes the healing sweeter.
The first FDA-approved medication of its kind, Tremfya, can help adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clear skin that can last. Most patients who saw 90% clear skin at 28 weeks stayed clear through 48 weeks. In another study, the majority of Tremfya patients saw 90% clear skin at 3 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya. Uncover clear skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
At Honda, we take the holidays seriously. With serious style and serious capability. So while others may be decking the halls, we are dashing through the snow for the best value in the season. Now's the best time to get into a new Honda. KBB.com's best value brand for 2020. Visit Happy Honda Days at your local Honda dealer or shop online. Make great offer on CRV.
Tlahuacole is beating hard, offered to the god of the sun and war, Huitzilopochtli, guardian of the universe. In return, the Aztecs believe his blood will guarantee a bountiful harvest. A crop that will become key to mankind's future. corn. 6,000 years ago, early farmers in the Americas turn a weed into a cereal that produces more calories per acre than any other, with almost twice as many genes as a human being. Found in a quarter of all supermarket products we buy today. Corn is a staple of Aztec life. Tenochtitlan, Mexico, part of the Aztec Empire. 28 years after Columbus, the lust for gold is about to change the destiny of the New World through the ambitions of one man, Hernán Cortés. Devious, charming, and ruthless, leading a band of just 500 European adventurers.
Cortés was quite a manipulator and quite savvy. He knows how to motivate people. The objective is gold, and that's what, of course, was the prime motivation.
Aztec Emperor Montezuma, the richest, most powerful man in the Americas, ruler of 25 million people. He's welcomed Cortés and his men into his palace. A mistake that changed the fate of the country.
Their numbers were small. How could they constitute a threat to an army that's 1,000 times, 10,000 times larger than the 200 souls that they brought, right?
Cortez's plan? Kidnap the emperor.
Part of his calculation was, if we can show that we can take over at this level, incarcerate the head of the empire, maybe the rest of the dominoes will fall.
Montezuma's treasuries are filled with gold. The Spanish lust for plunder astonishes the Aztecs. An eyewitness reports.
They snatched up the gold like monkeys. They were swollen with greed. They hungered for that gold like wild pigs.
The people dug their captive emperor, Cortez's horde, and revolt. Trapped inside the palace, Cortez receives word from his men.
We're in imminent danger. We'll all perish unless Montezuma commands the hostilities to stop.
These strangers are my guests. Lay down your arms. murdered by his own people. Fighting for their lives, Cortez and his men barely escaped, with a fortune in Aztec gold and silver. And leave behind a lethal timeline.
The conquistadors went to war with the Aztecs. But their biggest weapons aren't the ones they're carrying in their heads. It's the virus in their bodies. Smallpox. Unbeknownst to them, they bring it to battle.
6 months later, half the city is dead from smallpox. Months after his escape, Cortez returned. His victory complete. He's hijacked the mighty Aztec Empire. An empire of 25 million. Brought down by just 500 men. team of weapon experts as we analyze the demonstrations of the world's most lethal item.
Get out of my chair.
Hellboy's Men at Arms Art of War, hosted by Danny
Slow. Get out of my chair, dude.
Right here on history's deadliest weapon. Which weapon is the deadliest? Let's learn a little history about the Macuito.
Macuaro or Macuito is an Aztec weapon. The Aztec warrior often would not try to kill his opponent. He would try to maim, hurt him, to be able to take him back to the temples and sacrifice him later. Aztecs used obsidian with volcanic blast, ultra sharp, lots of pieces. So it wasn't that big a deal if they broke one piece. They could easily replace them. It would be little teeny individual blades. They could embed in, do a lot of damage. You'd want to do a drag cut so that you would just slice and rip open that flesh. It was brutal.
Let's get started on this Macuito, ancient Aztec weapon, brother, made out of obsidian and wood.
Looks like a cricket bat with little blades on it.
That's freaking rad. You imagine you jumping out of your house, catching a burglar. Like, get out of my house! I got my Macuito. What do you think would be ideal? Just like a hacking, a chopping, or maybe like a mixture of both.
I think going in, getting the butt first, and just rip.
Yeah.
Just that rip motion just makes it kind of smooth. Like, leave all that exposed area for infection. It's going to be painful. It's not going to be deep, but it's going to hurt.
What kind of injury can we expect from something like this?
From a medical perspective, you see abrasions, lacerations, able to cut through the skin like that.
Yeah.
Wonder how deep.
The obsidian slash doesn't kill you. Let's go crazy with the bat. Fun fact, that obsidian on the Macuito is supposed to be like 12 times sharper than the surgical steel. That's impressive. Yeah.
I think I'd rather be sliced in just one big cut, don't even have to worry about pain, versus a whole bunch of little just tearing at me. Your artery, your brachial artery, is actually underneath.
Okay, brachial artery.
Yes, sir.
Eric, how hard would it be to stitch up a wound?
Pretty hard.
Okay.
You gotta have complete avulsion where it's ripped. Avulsions where you have a flap of skin and not ripping, you'll actually lose part of it. So it's not just a complete flap. Oh, we'll just fold it over.
What are your thoughts, Eric? On the contact?
That's a cool looking weapon.
Yeah.
I just want it because it's cool. But it's not gonna kill you right away unless you hit in the right spots and the right nails. Can you imagine the infection that would be constant on that line and cut?
Self killer, buddy. Stealth killer. Yes, definitely. Eric, thank you so much for joining us, brother. Hey guys, I'm your host, Chewy Martinez, and make sure to check out more videos from Men at Arms Art of War and History's Deadliest Weapons on the right, and hit the subscribe button on the left.
The Aztec Empire was located in central Mexico from the 1300s to the 1500s. The Aztecs' glorification of the warrior spirit begins with mother and child. The arrival of a newborn child was a special occasion. Upon delivering the baby, the midwife shouted war cries to honor the mother for having fought a good battle and for having become a warrior who had captured a baby. If the newborn child was male, the umbilical cord was saved, taken by an adult warrior, to be buried on a distant battlefield. This ritual dedicated the boy to service in warfare. Aztec children between the ages of 7 to 11 were sent to schools. Military training was central to the school program. Glorification of war was a major part of Aztec philosophy. In the Aztec schools, physical training was heavily instilled into the youth. The young learned how to use the weapons of war and had practical experience on the battlefield under the protection of experienced warriors. The warrior mentality was essential for the transition into manhood. The rites of passage to becoming a man was very difficult for the Aztecs. By the age of 10, the boys would begin to allow a tuft of hair to grow on the back of their head. The young man would have to continue to wear the long tuft of hair until he succeeded in capturing an enemy warrior in battle. It was also considered shameful for a youth who competed in several battles to still be wearing the tuft. Aztec warriors were the most respected members of Aztec society. The only way a commoner can raise his social status was to excel at being a warrior. Common warriors were at the bottom of the military rank structure. Common warriors were identified by body paint, a breechcloth, and no sandals. In order for a common warrior to raise in rank, he was to capture 4 to 5 enemy warriors. To capture 4 to 5 enemy warriors would elevate you to the rank of Eagle or Jaguar warrior. Both the Eagle and Jaguar wore distinguishing helmets and uniforms. It was said the Eagle and Jaguar warriors represented Huitzilopochtli, god of war, and the sun. Jaguar warriors wore jaguar skins over their whole body, only their faces showing through the opening of the jaguar mouth. The Eagle warriors wore feathered helmets, including an open beak. Eagle warriors were mainly scouts, spies, and messengers. Outranking the Jaguar and Eagle warriors were 2 orders of elite Aztec warriors. They were known as the Ototin and the Huaquique, who were also called the Shorn Ones. Only the most daring battlefield veterans could be admitted. It was required to have taken many captives and to have performed at least 20 deeds of exceptional bravery. Shorn Ones were the most prestigious of the warrior society. Their heads were shaved apart from a long braid over the left ear. Their bald heads and faces were painted half blue and the other half red or yellow. They had sworn to never take a step backwards during battle, and if they did, they would experience death from the hands of their comrades. The Aztec priests were also respected as warriors. The priests would carry effigies of Huitzilopochtli and the vanguards of Aztec armies during campaigns. Warrior priests also captured enemies and made the appropriate sacrifices on the field. Aztec warriors never really got to experience peace. When there wasn't wars to be fought, they would fight flower wars. These were formalized battles fought by the Triple Alliance partners against their enemies during times of peace. The object was to train new warriors, keep old ones in fighting condition, and take captives for sacrifice. Successful warriors were given special privileges. They were given the right to wear cotton tunics and sandals in the royal palaces. They were also allowed to dine in palaces. They also got to drink an alcoholic beverage known as pulque, and were also allowed to keep a pocket knife. Warrior life was also a life of the ruler. The person in line to succeed the ruler had to come from the Council of Four. The Council of Four only consisted of military generals. Before the emperor-elect could be fully confirmed, he was required to prove his leadership in battle. He was to win tribute and capture prisoners for sacrifice. After this was done, he was believed to be converted into a living icon. He became the heir of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war. The death of an Aztec warrior was a special event. The family of the deceased warrior would honor his memory with 80 days of song and dance. Aztec warriors believed that
Who
when
licked
they
your
died,
ear? That's
they would
gross.
go to
You're all
the
wet.
heavens
Go.
and help the sun
No.
god.
Go there.
Battle
Go lay
was
down over there. No,
accepted
you're
into
all
his
nasty and wet. Can you tell me when that I must perish as a flower that I cherish? Nothing remains of my name, nothing remembered of my fame, but the garden off me, dude. Fuck, man.
yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly. Enemy dropping into the AO. Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Enemy dropping into the AO. Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone. Alright lads, let's get it done. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
It is from Aztlan that they took their name, Aztec. From Aztlan in the year 1116, they began an epic 200-year odyssey.
Gas is inbound. gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. The fight's begun. Get ready to fight. You're next. Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. Sort them out or capture the objective. Looking a little worse for wear. You're heading back to base. They hit us hard that time, but we'll finish the score.
The basic rationale. They were feeding the sun to maintain the universe. They felt it was an obligation for During the epic journey, the Aztecs could sometimes settle for a time and work the land. To promote fertility, they worshipped the rain god, Tlaloc. Strangely, their belief in Tlaloc would inspire even more extreme forms of human sacrifice. The rain gods were conceived as infantile dwarfs. So, in the cult of Tlaloc, it was considered particularly appropriate to sacrifice young children up to the age of 5 and 6. The Aztecs believed that to attain the blessings of Tlaloc, the young victims must shed tears before their sacrifice. And this apparently was a form of what they call sympathetic magic. The tears of the children would bring down the tears of the sky, namely the rain, which they were always so anxious to promote. And then they would sacrifice them in the usual fashion by tearing out their little hearts. After a 200-year odyssey, the Aztecs reached the border of Mexico. There, at the hands of a neighboring tribe, they suffered a humiliating defeat. They were forced to retreat to the swamps of a tiny island in a vast lake. It was here that their priestly oracle commanded them to search for an eagle perched upon a cactus. This sign, they said, would mark the end of their quest for a homeland. At dawn, they glimpsed a mighty eagle upon a prickly pear cactus. They named the spot Tenochtitlan. Finally, after 200 years, their journey had ended.
When your day is too post-worthy. Upon our posting. Irish Spring Body Wash. Earn your shower.
It was the worst possible schizophrenia breakdown in Washington, D.C. I needed help. I just wasn't getting the treatment at first. Hearing about injections was new to me. I wanted to try something different. With my schizophrenia symptoms controlled, I was finally able to stay out of the dark.
By 1324 AD, the Aztecs had finally reached their promised land, an island in the middle of a lake. In
In this most unlikely of sites, they would somehow build Tenochtitlan, one of the most awesome cities the world had ever seen. But how could a city built on a small island hold a population that would soon swell to 250,000 people? Using the simple but ingenious method of pounding stakes into the lake bed and then lashing them together with reeds, the Aztecs poured in mud and rocks to literally build themselves more land. They expanded their small island into a vast 2,500 acres. When the Spanish conquistadors first saw the Aztec city in 1519, they were amazed.
There in the center of the lake was this gleaming white city. It was something they had never seen before. That's Dorothy looking at at Oz for the first time. It was far larger, at 250,000 people, than any city they'd ever seen in Europe.
By the 1500s, Tenochtitlan was a teeming metropolis. It held twice the population of London or Rome. Elsewhere around the world, at the height of the Italian Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci had invented a rudimentary tachometer. In Germany, Martin Luther tries to reform the Roman Catholic Church and is excommunicated. While in Japan, the performance of no drama and construction is popular. The creation of Tenochtitlan demanded a skilled army of thousands of craftsmen. Yet how did the Aztecs perform this formidable task of construction? While the Aztecs used the wheel for their children's toys, they put it to no practical use. Without the wheel or beasts of burden, how could the Aztecs build on such a monumental scale? Experts theorize the answer lies in the ingenious concept of the city itself.
Gross, sorry.
Like Venice, Italy, Tenochtitlan was crisscrossed by an intricate network of canals. Could the Aztecs have used thousands of canoes to move tons of material?
Ma.
Spaniards were awed by this surprisingly modern city.
You getting up or what?
When they got closer to the city and began to walk down the causeway, they were astounded at how clean the streets were in the city. In fact, refuse was taken out of the city daily. They were astounded at the reuse of everything. They were master ecologists. The way everything was so carefully painted and ornamented, and how orderly Aztec life was.
To precisely determine the exact date of planting Aztecs established an accurate calendar.
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
But in fact, there was an Aztec
I need that.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Targets in the AO.
Meet Caliber here. LMG.
Does anyone need this?
Positive ID on the bounty target. Sort them out. You earn your freedom. You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. Sort them out or capture the objective. You gave them a proper sword. Stand by for redeployment.
Enemy movement!
Your teammate's done in. They're returning to base. Your teammate's in the gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy. Your teammate's in the gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy. Your teammate has been cleared for redeployment. We've got gas moving in. Redeploying to the AO.
Here, found an 8-state. Light vehicle here. Here, found an aid station.
Enemy movement!
failed. Learn from the loss. Failure's a proper teacher.
They really apparently developed surgical skills in catching their victims. We have a number of images, stone idols, of the god Chipele shown actually wearing the human skin.
The purpose of this strange ritual still mystifies scholars.
What the exact significance of wearing the skin was has been very controversial, and scholars disagree. It seems to have had some connection with the promotion of Islam.
Even the most forbidden of all human practices was viewed by the Aztecs as a sacred ceremony. After death, the victim's limbs were severed from the body, stewed, and ritually eaten by the priests and the nobility.
The victim was transformed, sacralized, as we say, into the Godhead, and by ingesting small pieces of the flesh of the victim, they were ingesting into their own bodies the sacred essence.
Get yourselves a proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Molotov out. Molotov out.
Fire! Over here!
Taking fire.
Taking fire!
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone. Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Located the scavenger cottage. Located the scavenger cottage.
I'll take that.
Plane rides over. We can land here. I see the enemy. I'm in position.
Enemy soldier incoming. Your primary objective is to kill them all.
Repositioning.
Check your fire!
Heading there. Have a position on the enemy.
Your teammate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Heading this way.
I see one!
Survive and you can redeploy. You can practice your aim while you wait. Taunting your enemy is an effective way to get inside their heads. So is a well-placed stone. Pay attention, you'll be out there soon. You're up next, mate. Get ready. Be advised, your teammate got their ass kicked. They're RTB at this time. You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Worse for wear. You're heading back to base. Your team can still buy you back if they have the cash.
She spoke the Aztec language and became his interpreter.
She became the mediator between Cortez and all of the Aztecs that he came into contact with. So she was the communications line. Without her, he never could have succeeded. The Mexicans today use the term Malinche for traitor, and they see her as a traitor.
But their arrows and war clubs were no match for the swords and cannons of the Spaniards. Some historians have suggested that the
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone. drop point for your team. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
That's where we should land.
Drop zone marked. That's our target.
Primary objective is to kill them all. Enemy soldier incoming. Survive and you can redeploy. We got a proper fight here. Get yourself sorted. You're up next. Win here and you return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Looking a little worse for wear. You're heading back to base. Your team can still buy you back if they have the cash.
Some gold and silver jewelry. He indulged them in the splendor of his ornate palace. And yet, within 1 week, Cortez repaid Montezuma's hospitality with betrayal. The Spaniard had his men shackle Montezuma in chains. Priceless ancient artifacts were melted down into gold bars. To the Aztecs, the Spaniards' frenzy of greed seemed absurd.
They seized upon the gold as if they were monkeys. Clearly they're...
Grab some target practice while you can. We're deploying soon. Soldier incoming. You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
The two principal idols of
battle royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
We should drop there.
Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Moving.
Anyone need this?
Trophy system deployed.
Clear to engage all targets. Gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. Here we go. You're up next, mate. Get ready. You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Go back to the front line. You've earned it.
I'll drive.
Enemies in the area. Enemies in the area.
I'm hit!
Your teammate has entered the Gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment.
Fucking teammates are around!
You and me. Let's go.
Yeah, teammate, fuck him up. Damn, no gulag.
Sniper rifle here.
I'll be the pilot.
We're in safe zone. Watch for enemy.
Come on, man.
Since 1978, Professor Eduardo Matos Moctezuma and his team have excavated over 5,000 priceless objects at the ancient Aztec site. Relics which speak eloquently of a vanished way of life.
The biggest misconception about the Aztecs is that people were savages. But in fact they were not. They were deeply moral. And from the time an Aztec child was very young, that child was taught to be prudent, to be discreet, to be modest, and to do the correct thing. The Aztecs, even though they did practice human sacrifice, and their warriors did that, they still circumspect and moral.
Today, in the shadow of ethnic cathedral, built over what was once a holy Aztec shrine, the Aztec civilization still survives. For every year, drawn from villages throughout Mexico, these Aztecs make a pilgrimage to Italy. They come to celebrate a lost empire. The scene that distant with the moon, they are born as the lands.
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Enough practice. Time for the real thing. Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Anyone need this?
Get scared. We're
Dibs on that.
What about here? heading this way. Anyone need this?
Proceed to the marked location and secure the area. Alright lads, let's get it done. Your teammate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Contract complete. Recon intel secured. Your teammate has been cleared for redeployment.
We're in the safe zone.
Big station here. Enemies in the area. Taking effective fire. Planning explosive.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I'm getting planning explosive.
return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. Got roughed up in there. We're bringing you home. Your team can still buy you back if they have the cash.
Still on my shirt. Where you at? You still over there? Or you still in the machine? Oh, okay. Video chat with people you didn't answer, time to talk to you, I'm surprised you with the dick shot. Okay with it. Why you such a naughty boy, dude? You know listen. Tell you stop, no, don't. You know listen. Huh? You know listen. Understand no stop and don't. Dealt it, buddy.